Alright, so for the first part of the stream over here on Twitch, and then, you know, YouTube, you're catching this later. Well, I mean, you can also be watching it live. You get how this works. You know how it works. We're going to be checking out Tinkerlands. The plan is for the second half of stream to go back and play more Roadcraft since I've been enjoying that, but I've been going pretty hard on just one game and I wanted to mix it up a little. So Tinkerlands, from what I have seen, I've seen just a tiny bit, as best I've seen described as top-down Terraria. So think of something along the lines of Core Keeper, except you're not in a big abyss of like a cave or whatever trying to go through there. It is going to be a little bit arcadey in the movement and all that, a bit more than I normally play much on the channel, but it's a game that I've had multiple people say, hey, are you interested in checking it out? And I'm like, hey man, I love Terraria. I just burned myself out on it after beating it so many times. So a new one sounds good. I actually don't know, is this early access? I feel like this is early access, but genuinely I have no idea. Let me just pull up the Steam page so I can get that information. Tinkerlands, please don't blast me with audio. It is early access. So just as a heads up, it is early access, so it is not complete. I don't know how feature complete it is in any way, shape, or form, but the plan is check it out for half a stream. If people really love it, we can play more of it. If people are like, well, that's interesting, we move on to other things. I'm going to start a new game, and just for the, I usually check this to see like accessibility stuff. You can turn off the screen shake. You do have multiple language support, so that's good accessibility features. Apparently you can have it close all your menus when you get damage, which is a nice feature. Graphics, you do have the color filters, which isn't what I thought. I thought that was going to be like a colorblind filter, and it started on colorful. I haven't, like, I've changed a few things, like I made the font size bigger. But yeah, so I got a couple things there. The game did start at 70% volume, so they didn't max it out, which I really appreciate. I still needed to turn it down a little bit, but it means at least it wasn't ear-shattering. This implies it didn't detect my keyboard was not QWERTY. That's okay. I've seen a lot of times where it'll show here as this, and then you go on the game and it works anyways. But anyways, let's go ahead and make a new save. So we've got Rual Storge. You can just choose how dark your complexion is. I can change my underwear to pants, pants in what looks like a bra, or pants in a t-shirt. Just a generally male / feminine voice set, or higher lower pitch, whatever. So not a huge amount of customization, but at the same time, with a lot of these games, you tend to end up just covering your entire head with your equipment and all that, so it becomes pretty irrelevant. Sure. We'll just go with that. Okay, so it's telling us we've got 40 health, 20. I'm assuming that's going to be mana. We need to create a new island. Let's see, we've got Explorer, Adventurer, and Survivor. Explorer, enemies do have reduced hit points and damage. They're slower, they're less aggressive.
For education, are we?
How do you deal with age? You don't. Age happens. You don't really deal with it, you're just along for that ride. It is what it is. Enemies are slower, enemies are less aggressive. Enemy spawn rate is reduced, projectiles are slower. Adventurer is just the baseline. And then Survivor, enemies have increased hit points and damage. Enemies are smarter, drop rates increased. Okay, I like that. I like that. I mean, this depends on how extreme these numbers are, because that's usually my bad version of difficulty is you just make things hit harder and have more life, which means everything turns into a bullet sponge and one-taps you. But enemies are smarter. That's the kind of difficulty I like more, where they put a little bit more effort. Regardless, anytime I play the game for the first time, I choose their normal difficulty or what the developers defaulted to or whatever, because that's kind of the default behavior. Okay, so the world is 600 by 600. You're finally awake. Where am I? How are you? Can you move around? Okay, so it did actually not work with, you know, work with the... I had to switch my keyboard layout to QWERTY. Do you think there's anything left from the ship? I think that's the crate, and this is my inventory. It looks like we're stranded here, and the captain is missing. Could you please explore the island and find the captain? Here, I found this map around here. I couldn't read that quite as fast. That... We've apparently completed the tutorial. In case anyone didn't miss that note, I just got the achievement and the notification that we have officially completed the tutorial of the game. To clarify, I opened a box, I took some items out, and I broke a piece of wood. We must find the captain. Don't dawdle. If you have any questions, I'll be here to help you. Quest. New beginning. If you want to survive in this island, we are going to need some basic tools. Why didn't you try using the working table to begin with? Cool. Okay, so it's got the exact same mechanics as Terraria, where you can take any item and place it on the guide, and they'll be like, yeah, there's a recipe available. They won't tell you what it needs, just that it exists. Really, they gave me a lot of supplies on this island that the other islands don't have that kind of number supply. I don't know what you are, but I feel like I should kill you. We've also learned I can swim. Oh, they're stacking. They're recombining the stacks. Like, man, those disappear really aggressively. It's that the items are stacking. So if I get a whole lot of if I get a whole lot of coins when I grab them. So I'm hoping we'll get like a big old stack of like 10 or something like that. I also must not have stamina of any kind, because we're just going there. Oh, I'm not trying to kill him. I just want the money. Alright, I'm not going to chase him any farther, because that's... I'm already traveling half the map away, and I feel like that's not the right answer. I'm just going to go down here and get like a sea serpent or something that's going to just murder the crap out of me. I don't know if 54 gold is a lot, but we sure got it easily. Okay, so we've got like different biomes. We got like this little foresty biome. We've got like just vaguely tropical beach biome. Now it does make me curious. I'm guessing we're not center map. I'm guessing we're kind of top left map from how quickly we hit the edge of the map. But we'll figure it out. And there's clearly a day-night cycle because we already got that. Hey, Alanarama! Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Can I get a shout out for Alanarama, by the way? Absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Something I definitely recommend checking out. Was playing some Timberborn today. Working on getting their post-apocalyptic sentient beavers. To have their sluices and all that good stuff. I hope the rest of your stream went well. but welcome in, Raiders. Today we're checking out Tinkerlands for the first part of stream, and then the plan is after that to switch over to some more Roadcraft, because I've been really enjoying that. But, you know, people said, hey, it's like top-down Terraria, and I was like, say no more. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, and I do play a whole range of stuff, including like simulation, city builders, settlement builders, survival crafters, a whole mess of things. It's so good, you officially have a really solid solution for bad time. Now you just need more food and more beavers. Yep. Must always grow. Should you do a Stormtrooper Guard, Clone Trooper Guard, or World War II style military police guard? I have no idea what you're talking about, Strider. Okay, so we need a better pickaxe to break that. Now I will actually pay attention to whatever the heck this guy told me to do. He told me to build a crafting bench. So that didn't seem to do it. Is it tab that I do it? No. Crafting. Okay, so it's got to be in here. Let's see. Okay, so we do have like houses, and all that kind of stuff. Codex. We need a working table. Okay. Ah, so I need the string. Which means I need more plant fibre. Fallout Settlement Defense PC. Still not something I have any knowledge about. Like, I've played the Fallout games, but then when you're talking a whole bunch of mod stuff, don't even know what to tell you. I appreciate that this game has immediately had me start deforesting stuff for supplies. As it was always meant to be. Okay. Okay, so interestingly, I figured I was going to be able to just plant those seeds just anywhere. That does not appear to be the case. Oh, we got like a firefly. I have no context of where I should be building or not building. So I'm going to go ahead and do... Sorry. I wasn't actually trying to explode you, little bug, but, you know, I was just swinging an axe around and you happened to decide to occupy the same physical space and it did not work out for you. Okay, so we got this. So let's check on our crafting now. So I needed 5 of these. And we just got a billion things that we can now craft. I can craft a table. Quest completed, new beginning. So now I've got all of these tools I can apparently make. So let's just go through and start working on getting all of our tools and a bow and arrow. So it looks like I'm going to need a lot of stone and a lot of things. This should surprise literally no one who's ever played a survival crafter. We are going to decimate everything in existence. Okay. Ripped little firefly. Yep. It just needed to not get in the way of my axe. And it would have been fine. Alright, let's see if I can't find some actual... Okay, so you need iron axes for that. I need to get a bunch of stone. Okay, so we got a ton of stone down here. Because this will let me start getting all my stone tools. I do appreciate that the stuff auto-stacks. Does track food, water, and the rest? No. It appears to be following the same kind of format that Terraria had. For those who don't remember, Terraria doesn't have food, water, or anything, that kind of thing. Looks like there's no timer energy, which means you can gather resources all night long. Yep. I do very much appreciate that. There's certainly games that stamina can be a meaningful contribution, but there's also... That's actually a very short night, which I also appreciate, because it's definitely one of those things that in a lot of games, that night ends up being not that meaningful, just obnoxious. Where it's like, oh cool, I just can't see well. And I am noticing there doesn't appear to be a leveling mechanic, which is totally fine. Because we're breaking a bunch of stuff and there's been no implication of us getting better at breaking stuff. So it is going to be a progression locked behind equipment. Which again, checks out. That is a pretty popular format for a lot of these style of game. Oh, please complete the tutorial first. Welcome to... Oh, it's just, literally it's just the previous message. See, all I have to do is murder anything that moves. Hey, who are you? Are you friend? I update my store every visit. Shop. You sell flippers. Blood Fang, which gives extra melee damage. Potions. An iron bow. A talisman. And a recall scroll. And all of those are in gold. And I don't actually see where... Oh, my money's down here. That's a copper coin. And those all take gold and silver. So basically, while we did get a bunch of coins from that goblin thing or whatever we chased away, apparently it was a negligible amount of money. Excellent. Okay. I mean, I'll go ahead and craft the anvil and the furnace. And the sawmill. Almost always in these games, if you have the choice of building a crafting bench, you build a crafting bench. Okay, so stuff like that, I can make tools if I have ingots. So literally nothing in here can I do anything with yet. We can make coal with that type of stuff. We have to find ingots, that's fair. The saw blade, on the other hand, I can make furniture and all that. And walls. Okay, so I see we make our walls doing that kind of stuff. But before we get all caught up in that, let's go ahead and craft a better pickaxe. Craft a better axe. And a shovel. And a hoe. Okay, I was curious if I clicked on that. And a wood staff. Magic damage. Cast one magic fairy. Sure, why not? Okay, so let's see here. It does appear that there is food. I'm assuming the food is one of those things that... Alright, it's not exactly what I expected it to work like, but I can live with it. Let's go ahead and take the wood tools and chuck them in this box and pretend they cease to exist anymore. Can I hurt you? Okay, no I can't. Good to know. I'd rather test it on something that's probably expendable. Oh, that's a smart stick? Oh, okay. The stick was also a spell. I thought the stick was going to be like a fishing thing. I didn't look at it carefully. Yes, apparently the crab meat, I can eat it to gain stats. Gotcha. So bread is a buffing food. It's not it's not something I do anything with. We'll take all that off the bar. Okay, so we do have a weapon now. Okay. Yeah, no, I would assume it's the same. 100 copper is a silver, 100 silver is a gold. 100 gold is like a platinum. Pretty standard stuff. But for right now, we are destroying all the plants. And just collecting resources. Okay. Alright, let's see if these trees give me anything else, or if they're the same as the palm trees. Yeah, so those also give me the same type of materials. Okay, we've got an actual enemy over here. Okay, note to self, the trees do block my projectiles. Mucus. So it's not looking like I can get ore out of regular rock. Because that was one of my curiosities. If I kept breaking a bunch of regular rocks, would it be a thing that every once in a while I get a piece of ore or a geode or something like that that it could become ore? Or will I have to actually seek out ore nodes? And it is looking like we're going to have to figure out where ore itself comes from and collect it directly. At the same time, I know I need stone, and there's a lot of it here. Because I also have where we saw that you can build houses for your people. And I can make them out of like wood or stone or stuff like that. And I'm assuming all of these materials will be renewable in some form or another. Alright, mana's pretty limited. Crab equals Krabby Patty. Well, we did get crab meat. I just haven't gotten a use for it yet. Okay, so sunflowers just give me more leaves, which is still good. It's a decent amount of leaves. So let's run around a little bit more and see if we can't find some more interesting materials. Okay, we got a bunch of skulls and a statue. That's something to be aware of. I'm assuming that's useful for something. Okay, so I need different tools of a higher level to do anything with that. We have an iron fishing pole, some fisherman's patience potions and all that, so I'll take all of that. Cool beans. Why are you glowing? A mana flower. We have another statue over here. I'm assuming we're going to eventually run into a more dangerous biome. It's also possible it uses a progression system where as we defeat harder enemies, the world gets worse for us. I don't really know on that front. Okay. Now we got a heart thing over here. Some other... enemy back here from the looks of it. So I look like a goblin or something running around down here. Okay, so it does get pretty dark. So maybe we start working our way back home. So I'm not seeing an obvious source for ore. As he did break a lot of stones. And I'm not seeing any stones with obvious differences in them. Okay, so I can go back up here where we started at. We will see about building a house and see if we make a house for the starting person if suddenly we get some kind of progression or something happens there. I should also probably just talk to the guy and be like, hey, what's next? It could very well be I haven't grabbed the next quest or something like that. Then maybe it's got a slightly more formal quest system than something like Terraria had. I do appreciate that it seems our inventory is pretty generous. Permanently increases your maximum HP. Cool, so we permanently boosted our stats. We almost didn't make it. Something tells me we're going to spend some time on this island. Complete. New beginning quest completed successfully. Quest. Basic tools. Now we should probably get a working table. You should probably upgrade those shoddy tools. Quest. Complete. Quest complete. Okay. How about building me a house so that I don't have to hang out on this tiny little island? You should be able to get materials from the sawmill, and you can invite me using the community tab. Yeah, and that's, I increased the font size, so that's apparently why that's all messed up. Okay, so if we hit the community tab, we see the guide. It says it needs to be a minimal of 9 tiles surrounded by walls with a light source and a crafting bench needs to be placed in it. I was not expecting it to be a crafting bench. So let's go here. All right. Let's make like 20 tiles to start with. A door. That. Okay. All right. Better clean that all. All right, so I still need more wood. I understand I don't technically need it to qualify, but I'm not leaving sand-cornered rooms if I don't have to. I do wonder how well these trees grow back on their own. If I continue to cut them back, like, how much of an issue will that be? Oh, interesting. Gotcha. Oh, right, because I'm putting down the wood floor, I'm picking up beach floor. I understand. I was like, man, where's that coming from? Okay, I see. So I go here to you, max, craft, do that. Then you just build land bridges? Yep. Okay, so community, move in. Alright. Lost in the woods. I've heard some music coming from the woods. Maybe there's someone lost in there. Okay. How's the game so far? Pretty good. We're really early on, though. Just kind of started it. Okay, that's a curious house. We have rusty boots and a bunch of junk, but the rusty boots are a piece of equipment. I'm assuming the blue one is probably cosmetic. Okay. It's got this big wood biome. We're told to look in the woods that there would be someone potentially here. Okay. There is a road, so I'm just going with the strategy of we move a little bit faster on the road from the looks of it. Sweet, we found potatoes. Alright. I'm not chasing him. The last time I chased him pretty much across the entire map and he gave me 50 money, which wasn't terrible. There's probably better things I can do. What do you mean I can't dig up the grave with a shovel? And yes, without any further consideration, we absolutely went to a grave and the very first thing we did was we dug it up. It is what it is. Alright, for what it's worth, that is not what I was expecting to see. Discovered a waypoint. Okay, so there's fast travel. Good information. Got ourselves another plant for increasing our max health. What I did notice is apparently the things for increasing our max health are actually a resource we can use. We have rusty body armor. Hey, are you cool, man? I can protect you from the desert, but you need to protect me first by building me a house. Bikini the Bard. Okay, well, let's go back home, because I want my people generally to be in the same area and not all over the place. It's also weird, the idea that, you know, he's already got a house that's established and everything, and we're gonna go over here and make him not as good of a house for him to move into. Why did you put the money here? Okay, so community, you would like a table, a stool, and a house that's at least 9 tiles. So I'm gonna have to murder a whole lot more trees. Imagine someone going through all your stuff, grave robbing nearby you and everything, and be like, yo, you wanna hang out? It's fine. Alright. You have an awesome house, but can you build me a house? Yeah. You have a nicer house than I do. But like, can you make me a less awesome house? So he can supposedly protect us from the desert. We haven't found the desert yet, but he can protect us from it. I do see a treasure chest. We can grab it in a minute. So far, we've run into no real threats. We've got the slimes, and that's fair enough. Increases weapon knockback. Oh, I have 6 accessory slots? Hot dang. Okay, that is a lot of beach. Oh, and a waypoint. Yes, that's fast travel. Oh, that gives you an idea of how big the world is. So we've gone about one halfway across the world and a bit under a halfway north-south. So the world is not huge. As a reminder, this is early access, but that's honestly not that bad size of world, because especially if the world has any type of advancement, so like we gear up and then like the enemies get stronger or we get enough max health and then, you know, the game escalates, there's a lot of opportunity doing that. Do you take the chest to use it? So probably. It's definitely reminiscent of Terraria, I agree. I wouldn't say it's to a level where it's like, oh hey, that's not great, like it's too similar kind of thing. But they're definitely trying to give you that Terraria feel. Which I don't think is a bad call. Because, you know, everyone's been kind of going, hey, this game feels like top-down Terraria. Which I think is a totally fine approach. But yeah, it does have similar elements to its music, though. Well, it's definitely not copied that music. Like, it's its own take on almost like that genre, if you will. Or that niche. Which, for the record, while I did request a key... Oh, you know what I should do? One moment. One moment, chat. So technically the key I am using was given to me. It's not the dare drop one. The dare drop key, they gave me the wrong key by mistake. Oh, okay. So, what dare did I accept? Install an anvil and a furnace. Oh, I already did that. Yeah, because I haven't accepted that many dares. Just because I kind of wasn't sure, you know, where I wanted to go with some of it. Because, you know, it's one of those games I'm like, okay, it sounds good, but, like, I don't want to grab, like, 10 dares, and then it, you know, ends up not being a very fun game. So, I'll probably just grab the dares as we go. Okay, Arcane Flippers. Allows faster movement in liquids. Gotcha, so when I use that to loot instead of the other way. Okay. We did get iron nuggets out of that barrel. Alright. And then the assumption would be, over time as we get better tools and all that, I'll be able to just go around faster. I'm assuming we're going to get other ways of moving around fast across the map as well. Like running boots or whatever. They do have the waypoints for teleporting. We've seen those. I found 2 of them so far. Okay, and I don't see a way to, like, mark the map. I was just curious about that. Right, let's go back over here and see how we're doing on being able to build this house. Yeah, it's good stuff. But yeah, no, it's definitely making a deliberate and conscious effort in kind of invoking the Terraria vibe to it. Which again, I think is totally fine. As like, you know, 1, it's a good vibe. But also 2, just the whole thing of all that stuff. So we need the stool, the table. We already have that. I need a door. Big stack of floor. You'll see how that does for us. We did get some iron and copper ore. So we need 3 of an ore to do anything with it, so those can all get chucked away. Okay, we have nothing more to make with that. Let's pop in there and check our workbench. So I do have the ability to start working on the bone armor. and the bone armor gives me more dodge. We can make a thing for summoning our first boss. I feel like there's some more work we need to do before we jump on that bandwagon. We have the wood armor, which makes us faster. So we made ourselves a helmet. Okay, so with that, let's grab these walls. So 1, 2, 3, 4. How tall did I make you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. You like the clouds? Yeah, that's always been a classic for a lot of these games once it got introduced. Cool. Now I can go down here and go down here, grab our table and our stool. Now we can go to community, the bard, move them in. Yeah, it looks like there's a decent number of NPCs. Alright. Toss a coin to your bard. Protection from the desert. Allows you to resist desert sandstorms. The bard is always talking about how he's wandered through the desert. Maybe you can ask him for being able to avoid being fried by the sun. Okay. It's freezing in the snow area in this island. You can probably find a way to sustain lower temperatures. Alright. We did grab a shipwreck box. So for the moment, let's run over here. Oh, let's not get rid of that, because apparently the wood pickaxe can be used as a material for something. Okay, so pop over here. Right now we'll toss... I mean, honestly, these aren't taking up inventory space I care about much. Like, these I'll toss over here because I don't really need them. We can make walls out of grass, that's fun. We can make carpet. These all require me to have iron and stuff. We're gonna need to be able to get a lot of that. Okay. Wait, who are you? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. A trail of the scent of money has led me here. Wouldn't that be you by any chance? Shop. You can offer me slightly reduces enemy spawns, a bunch of food, some hot drink, a portable candle accessory that makes light emanate around me, some random bits of stuff, grants dash, increases max speed, okay, so I've got 50 silver left. So I can't really afford... I can. This town's alive and clicking. Okay, you want some seeds? Seed maker, not enough money. Alright. So we want to save up to 75. Actually, can I sell stuff to you for any value? I need 75 silver. I need 10 more silver. Unfortunately, all the rest of this crap isn't worth hardly anything. That gives, well, it's got our stats, faster and liquid, so the material stuff there is pretty good. I think we just stuck doing without for right now. So we do have like random shopkeepers show up. So supposedly I've got a buff for the desert. We haven't found the desert. My assumption of what we'll want to do is probably just cut straight east. My guess of the way this map is going to be laid out without knowing how the game works so much is that it's probably going to be broken up into quadrants. We have like one quadrant, like one biome to the east, one biome to the south, and one biome to the southeast. So you have like your starting biome that's relatively safe. And then things escalate as you move around the map. Gonna get a big wide open grass area, or no grass area. Okay, I broke a statue. All right. Now at the moment we're not really well set up for fighting a boss. I am using magic, which is fine in these kind of games, but usually your max mana regeneration is not fast. Okay, we did get a thing for summoning a boss. We'll certainly want to do that at some point, probably sooner rather than later. Reduce enemy spawn. We got a second thing for summoning a boss. So there's the cold biome. Yep, so immediately when I went in there, we started taking damage. Discovered the snow forest. Okay, so I can't get in there yet. Alright, now we got the desert. I should be safe from the desert thanks to the bard. If you need to improve weapons, I am what you're looking for. So we can shop for iron pickaxes and iron axes on there. I don't really have what we need for that. We can reforge, which will allow us to improve stuff. So we've got a regular old fairy thing. It is now a fast fairy thing. It is now a rapid fairy thing. It's now a critical one. We're going to stop there so I don't burn all my money, because that's the gamba. Okay, is this someplace I can go? The Forgotten Altar. Okay, so we're gonna have something we put in there. Fair enough. Clearly I'm supposed to be exploring right now the desert. And I only got a couple minutes to do that before our buff runs out. And I am noticing that the desert here... Come on. The desert here does have actual iron and copper ore. So the assumption here is I should be breaking these. Are you someone different? Oh, you're not my friend. You're terrible. And see, it was the zombie until we got really close to it. Seems like the zombies are coming out of the ruins we were just out. I do wonder if they're gonna have, like, a bunch of equipment for different builds. Like, if you could be, like, a summoner build where you have, like, little minions that run around you just try and stay alive. Or, you know, you'd get equipment that gives you bonuses to magic and lean all of that in. Because right now, most of the armor we've seen are fairly generic stuff, like move faster, get dodge, that kind of thing. We've got cumin. Perfect, so we can start working on making our wonderful tacos. Do I see you again? Didn't I just leave you behind to the left there a moment ago? I've heard that there's a monster in the old ruins inside the caves that creates some kind of strange material for ingots. I want it. Alright. So very clearly this is where I'm supposed to go to collect copper ore. Oh, we apparently found glass, not sand. Okay, I mean, I'm alright with that. Okay, so we got min 30 before we need to get back out of here. Okay. I need a key to do that. Alright, we need to start making our way back out of here. I've only got 1 minute before I assume the desert starts killing us. And it feels like that's probably a bad thing to do, is to be in the desert at the time it starts actively killing me. Just gonna beeline to the west. And then have an ominous thunder be in the background in real life. Yeah, sadly I didn't... Oh, is that going to be a teleporter? Three, two, one, and we're back home safe. Alright, so we got a pretty decent amount of iron and copper, well, at least copper ore I saw. But we got a decent amount of ore going on. What I do find curious is I was really expecting the map to be more separated out. Well, I guess that makes sense. This is the cold biome, that's that one. That's the Forgotten Altar roughly in the middle of the map. So I'm assuming it'll be one of those things that will fight bosses to get things to put in the Forgotten Altar to eventually summon the big bad. That would be my guess. In the meantime, let's run up here. I wonder if it actually makes sense, you know, if we go to play this game when it fully releases, to find one of those waypoints and then immediately build your hometown, whatever you want to call it, around the waypoint, just for ease of access. You wonder if you'll see bigger dungeon or only smaller ones? Yeah, I don't know. The game's early access, so it could be like right now they're just focused on like the overworld kind of experience, and that down the road we might end up seeing like a lot more depth on a bunch of that stuff. So here's a question. All those people that I met? Yeah, so I actually have a bunch of people we can bring in the town. So all of them appear to require the 9x9, and then just different buildings inside of them. And I am noticing that those are all like the crafting kind of stuff. I could probably make that happen. Okay, so we can make seeds from plants we have. Alright, and then we also had seeds for cumin, I believe? I'm not seeing those, though. Maybe some of these over here were the cumin? Alright, well, let's work on this. Because interestingly enough... interestingly enough, when I started planting that did pull up the stuff here. All right. So let's see about some of these tree seeds. I'm assuming I won't be able to plant these seeds here. Apparently I can. What about the other tree seeds we had over here? Oh, fortified rose? Okay, sure, that's an accessory. I totally missed that we even got that. I don't think we're going to use the slingshot, if I can help it. Because that seems like the kind of thing where I'm just going to have to farm ridiculous amounts of rocks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So you can drop that off. Versus like making a proper bow and arrow and that kind of stuff. We have a thumper building. Sure. Doesn't seem to do anything, but sure. Okay. Let's pop over here and start doing that. So we can make glass, which allows me to make big table sunglasses, nerd glasses, a whole bunch. Okay, so we made a lot of copper bars. So I can make a copper bow, a copper spear, a copper sword, and copper armor, which does increase my max hit points and all that. So that seems like a straight upgrade from what we've got here. Then go ahead and sell this stuff. All right. As far as other things we can make, nothing super urgent there. We're all good here. We're all good there. Let's go pop into this place. Desert Goggles Accessory. Allows you to resist desert sandstorms. Okay, so basically it's telling us if I make this, I don't need to get the blessing again and again. We can also make a cauldron, and we can make better fishing poles and all that. That's going to require more copper than I have. In the short term, though, we probably need to go over to this bench again. Was this not where I did it? Got the wood. Oh no, it was the sawmill, that's right. We need to go to the sawmill again. So we'll do max on you. Max on you. Build a door. I'm probably gonna need more than that. And let's see who we can get to stay here easy. The blacksmith, we already have our stuff made. So literally I'm just gonna need to make a new house for the blacksmith. So let's pop over here, shuffle things around a little bit. That's not really what I was aiming to do. We'll drop you down there. Now I need to pick up my stuff. Doing good, Randall Thor. Just working to get everything done. Winged Earth Theory Myths is not fun. I know that all too well. Okay, so community, blacksmith. Oh wait, you still need a light source. So community, blacksmith, move in. Cool. So I could straight up buy some of that equipment and all that, but that's fine. Okay, so we've got you all sorted out. I will need more walls and all that. So we can go boom, max, do this. Boom, max, do this. Do that. And then what else do we need for one of the art people? You need a wooden chest. And you need a flower pot. So let's see here. The wooden chest is a bit on the pricey side. We'll go ahead and make that. And then the rest of those, we'll make those into floors. Alright. So basically what I'm doing right now is I'm just working on trying to get a bunch of these houses made. Because it is just one of those things that usually in a lot of these kind of games, your NPCs are one of your main blockers. That you will need them to progress stuff. It can be a whole range of how it works. Okay, and we'll go to the merchant being here. Alright, so the merchant has a bunch of accessories for us. Like, the dash one is probably a pretty strong accessory. But we mostly got the other stuff we'd want off of them. Well, I can straight up buy the flower pot. But if we need to, we can buy the flower pot. For the moment, I don't have enough wood for the farmer. NPC gated progression. Yeah, it's pretty normal. Like, you play a game like Terraria, and you have to get, say, like, the Dryad, because until you get the Dryad, unless you know, like, gimmicks around it, you need to use the Dryad's thing to make it so some of the blocks are breakable, so that you can, you know, get through that. So it's not super surprising. Now, it said, it would be pretty nice if we can get the goggles all sorted out. Because my guess is right now I have to put on the goggles to, man, it is storming hard outside. You got to put on the goggles to protect you from the desert, or I have to get the temporary buff from the bard. I assume we're not friends? Nope, we are not friends. It does make me wonder if, like games like Minecraft and Terraria, you'll ultimately want to set up lights everywhere to, you know, prevent enemies from spawning in certain places, or otherwise make it easier to, like, navigate around. At the moment, not super worried because we haven't run into stuff that's too dangerous. That said, I don't remember running into what those goblin things are. We were running around this area. Maybe they only appear at night? Yeah, I thought we'd cross through here at night, but maybe not. I figure I don't want to keep coming by here and seeing it, thinking it's lootable, and I can use the walls for building another house. Okay. I don't think I want to take the time to mine up the floor. We'll see. I'm curious, like, will I use the shovel for that? Will it leave a big hole of water, I assume? Yeah, so it takes multiple hits to do. I'm just gonna leave it alone. Alright, so let's go ahead and run back up here. We should have plenty of wood to build the next house. And all that. And I didn't see a way to, like, water the plants or anything. So I'm assuming that's not a thing. Alright, get you out of the way. We need way more floor than that. Let's go over here and get ourselves 2 stacks more floor. Floor, max craft, max craft. I don't see a flower pot in there. Let's check here for a flower pot. Okay, so I'm just gonna guess I have to buy the flower pot. So you had the flower pot for sale for cheap. Okay, so we can get you out of the way, grab you. Alright, and with that, that means all of the people we've met now live here. Cool. Yeah, and I think we get more options of stuff here once we get that going. Like once we get the stuff going there. Let's go ahead and grab the chest, and we can drop that down over here. So, if we were wanting to do the goggles, I need more glass. I know we got the sand from the desert. I don't remember from what. So let's get our desert protection, run back over there for more ore and sand, because then I should be able to get the desert goggles, and that should allow me to go ahead and be in there. We'll probably take on the king slime soon, and see how that goes. Because we've got 2 of the summoning items for it. My only hesitation from that right now is I probably want a bow. That way when I run out of mana, I'm not helpless for several seconds while we wait for it to recharge. Oh, interesting. The snowy forest, like a specific spot on it has a mark, so I'm assuming that's like a boss summoner or something like that. Okay. Alright, so we are going to go ahead and get our sand here. I'm going to go ahead and grab extra, because who knows what else I'm going to need it for. I'm also curious if any of this, like, respawns. Because you can see this working a bunch of different ways. I could see it being the kind of mechanic that, you know, over time they slowly reappear on the map. I could see it being a thing that the idea is the map is so big that there's no practical limit. Is this Terraria meets Stardew? I haven't really seen anything here that makes me think Stardew. It is very much Terraria, but top-down instead of platformer. Because, like, just like Terraria, you have the NPCs, but it's not like Stardew where you have the social interactions where you befriend them and romance and all that kind of stuff. Bosses. We have not fought a boss yet, but there is heavy implication of there being bosses. Seems very Core Keeper? Yeah, no, Core Keeper I would also describe as Terraria, but top-down. In that relative vein of things. Okay, so I think this is gonna hurt us because cold. Ooh. Okay, I thought when we went to go in there, we are gonna have problems. Because I know when we go into this, we start rapidly dying. We can't handle the cold yet. Oh, okay. Alright, never mind. So I could just go on the edge of that and it was okay. Can I tag this rock from this side? No, I need a better tool for it. Probably need a copper pickaxe. Okay. So we got a thing that increases our speed and increases our maximum hit points and all that, so definitely equipping that. Okay, so we got ice. Hello, another new person. Be my guest. I always have the most luxurious items from all across the world. You have a rosary, which we literally just found, a recall scroll to teleport home, a cactus sword, frozen arrows, an iron spear, and a parrying knife that can parry enemy hits. Interesting. So that's another person we could have join our town. Yeah, so it seems like the NPCs in this game are way less gated than Terraria so far. Because like Terraria, you only had a couple of the NPCs you get early game. You had to get past bosses to be able to get more. Alright. Yeah, so it seems like the desert is strictly for copper and sand. We also get like the fire flowers and all that, but it's the copper and sand that seems to be the primary crafting materials we get out of here. Try cutting down this way, see if we can't discover more. Because we did see places like this, but the catch with those is they were requiring a key I don't have. Alright, well, there's a different biome within the desert biome. Check, make sure these trees aren't anything special. I don't expect them to be. Alright, so there's a tinker's table. I got caught in that. Oh, cool. He gave me a life flower. Permanent bows to max hit points.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, 1 second, because whatever that biome was to the south of us, it puts up considerably more of a fight. Oh, cool. I'm apparently poisoned and dying from it. Let's get the heck away from this place. Alright, so Wasteland has a lot more going on for it. We didn't get to find any new or interesting materials in it yet. Where's that? Hey, Sherry! How's it going? So for those who don't know Sherry Kind and our content creator to absolutely check out, but doing some Enshrouded recently. So if you like your survival crafters, You can find that over there. Also plays like a lot of RimWorld among other games. Ooh, you hit like a truck. Okay. So the good news is it seems if you stop casting for a couple seconds, you do get a pretty big boost in your, pretty big boost in your mana. Let's see, have Life of Land and RimWorld coming soon? Nice. Yeah, Life of Land, I've had a couple people ask me about that one as well. I requested a key, but I haven't heard back yet. We'll see what happens. I got a lot of games that, in the near term, I'm planning on checking out on the channel, which I'm excited for. And we're also still going to be doing a bunch of roadcraft because I've been very much enjoying that. Alright, I do think we're going to run back. I feel like we're going to go ahead and check out to the down left as well. Just to see if there's another biome down there, because my suspicion is there is. Oh, I have 12 seconds until my buff that makes me safe in the desert goes away, so let's maybe not push our luck in that desert. So just cutting through here to avoid the desert a little bit. So we got more desert here. I'm just going to kind of skirt over this way. Because I do want to see if we see another biome down here. Or if it's like more like you have the desert is like the next progression after the forest or whatever. You kind of have to get across to the next thing. Did RimWorld officially announce something? Not that I've heard, but I do know that people who watch stuff entirely too carefully did notice Luden did get another, what's the word you want to use, for like another ID for a game or whatever, or a product, I should say, on Steam. So even though it's got no name or anything associated with it, they do have like an ID associated with it. Which basically means something is coming up and not super long. But we've kind of known that's been a thing a while because, like, they hired an artist to do the background for, like, they do with all their versions of the game. Let's see, and they've been advertising? But yeah, so there's been a lot of strong indicators. What would you like to see added? To RimWorld? I want them to rework caravanning. I also would like the world map to matter more. Like, I want to be able to do proper influence on the world map and not just the world map kind of only exists there for trading and then for, like, people immediately nearby. But by and large, there's not really a reason for 99% of the world map to even exist. So I'd like them to rework caravanning to not be what it is right now, because it's easily the mechanic that I'm the most not happy with at the moment. It's something I begrudgingly accept, but I don't really enjoy. Okay. Let's see, their April Fool's joke was unfair. You'd love a 3D Cult of the Lamb type RimWorld. Yeah, I don't know. I found a lot of times with games like the RimWorld, Prison Architect, those types of games, the move to 3D takes away a lot of their charm. Let's see, the true final boss trying to caravan outside your base and pawns start fighting each other. Well, that's the problem. Like, if you do small caravans, it's relatively fine. And if you really... And I'm not counting mods, for the record. Mods are fine that they solve it, but we're not talking about mods in this case. We're talking about, like, base game, stuff working well or not. But, like, when you're caravanning just a couple of people, it works out relatively well. Like, that's fine. But the moment you start being like, okay, you know, I want to do this caravan to take on the neighboring city, like to take out the settlement of like a nearby hostile faction just because, it's one of those things that it just ends up, they just don't walk to the edge of the map until like way too long, and the whole time they're not really taking care of their needs, and you just eventually have them all start melting down. I was doing a Ship to the Stars run, and I microed the whole thing the first couple of ones, and I was just getting way tired of having to micro every single caravan. And so I was like, you know what we're going to do? We're just not going to micro this caravan. I'm going to go ahead and let the caravan try to manage itself. And I think it got to like day 5 or something like that with everyone melting down and everything before they finally got off the tile. Because what happens is they would start working out, they'd start working out. One would finally, like, they'd finally get to the point of getting ready to leave the tile. And then, you know, at that point, everyone is practically melting down. Okay, so we've got a lot of materials here. Okay. So with that, we could do some upgrades. First, let's make those desert goggles so I don't have to get the buff. I remember what bench that was on. Okay. So the assumption here is that these desert goggles I just made, which I'm not... Oh, there they are. Allows you to resist Desert Storm, and it is a material for other things. So let's go talk to the guide. Glow Desert Mask allows you to resist the Desert Storm and emits light around the player. So that requires, I'm assuming, the Tinker Station we saw, and our light, the portable candle, and we can combine those accessories. So again, a pretty classic one, that you have the idea about being able to combine different mechanics. What did we need for the Tinker Bench? I thought we saw that. Let's check over here. Somewhere I saw the Tinker Bench and we were missing materials for it. Maybe it was over here on the workbench? We got the... Yeah, here we go. Tinker's table. So I need wasteland, wood, and string. Well, string is easy. And in this one, I could just make right now. So I need to go get wasteland wood is what needs to happen. And then with the cauldron, it seems we can make a bunch of potions and all that, which will be fine. Grants immunity to frozen. Mana, teleport potion, glowing potion, fire resistant, frozen resistant, poison resistant, stone skin. Okay, let's drop you down here. Alright, so, if we go, first let's get our buff back. And if we go down here to... Ooh, we should probably upgrade our axes and all that. Did you make the bard the tiniest room ever? No, it's the same size as everyone else's. Oh, you also need waste. Okay. So basically, the moral of the story is I need to go all the way down to that area on the opposite side of the map. And down there on the opposite side of the map, there is there is wasteland wood. I just need a bunch of the wasteland wood. That seems to be a material that's actually important. Ideally, while we're down there, it'd be nice if we could find a waypoint to avoid needing to run. Oh yeah, the bard asked you to build him a house after already having an awesome house. Yeah, but I mean, we have standard units in this this neighborhood. We just have one contractor who does all the work, i.e. me. So I just use the same blueprint for every house. It is what it is. If you don't like it, you should build your own house and leave me out of it. Yeah, more of the ruined maze kind of place. Rual of HOA Doom. It's not even HOA Doom kind of thing. That's just the whole when people build like subdivisions and just they're like this is the style of building and they just kind of take 2 or 3 patterns, they just stamp it out again and again, which is fine. There's an efficiency argument for it. But also then you go into the neighborhood and every single house is practically identical, and it's not exactly the most interesting thing to look at. Okay, we're just trying to cut across the wasteland wood area. Ow, ow. Well, at least you paid reasonably well. Wait, I have a mana plant? I do. I totally forgot I had that. I'm sorry. I'm running away. Don't make me dead, please. Okay. Slayer reduces enemy spawn. Glowing potion. So, the swampy, watery biome. Stay the hell away from that. The good news, it seems, once you get out of a fight, it doesn't take very long to recover. But you can definitely get on board with. Alright. So this will give me the ability to make the copper axe. And the Tinker's table, I believe. Can you increase inventory space in the game? I have not seen the ability to do it, but I've had to put 0 effort into inventory this entire time. So it doesn't feel like the inventory space is that big of a limiter. One downside is it does seem like this is the kind of game where you put a bunch of your crafting benches in the rooms with the NPCs as opposed to having like your dedicated crafting room. I've also not seen anything to imply we have the ability to craft from boxes. I could be wrong about that, I just haven't seen it. Alright. Let's keep heading east. I would like to hopefully find a waypoint down here. Just so that when we need to come back down here for anything, I don't have to run the whole distance. Hey, you look like an actual people. Oh, it's you again, that's right. That's a dash ability. I don't really have the money for a lot of these things, but that's cool. Gonna get a couple of barrels and all that down there. Compressed fireball spell. Okay. Seems reasonable enough. Rual cast Fireball. Hey, Alison Adventures. How's it going? I hope you have a good one. For those who don't know, Alison Adventures is our fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out and all that good stuff. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid among other games. So if you're looking for any of that, you can find that with Allison. Waiting on the mana. Okay. It's a bunch of flowers, let's not mess with that. We gotta pop in here. I noticed our timer on our desert protection's getting low. I feel like we're not gonna be able to get back where I need to in time. Figure out what we actually have later. I gotta run. I gots to go. In 1 minute, we start cooking alive. And I probably don't want to do that in the middle of the desert. Alright. I'm also trying to cut past the area we haven't explored yet here. Just in the off chance we find something. Okay, and mana flower. Increase our max mana again. Alright. So with Fireball, I do think I'm going to consider ourselves ready to fight the King Slime. I have no idea if we are, but I've never fought it before, in this game at least. So it is kind of one of those things you're like, alright, well, it's very clearly the first boss. They've been giving us boss summoning things. So we'll check it out. It's a shame I can't use the fireball to deal with trees. Alright. So we did get a little bit more copper. We got a bunch of the waste wood stuff that I said I needed. So that's, you know, honestly pretty good. Oh yeah, and this is the really nice house that the bard had. Is like, make me a house. I'm like, dude, you live in a way nicer house than I'm gonna give you. Just as a heads up, my friend, I'm not making you a place nicer than that. You get the same crappy house everybody else gets in the neighborhood. So let's check. NPC wise, okay, I have no more NPCs that can move in from what we've seen. All right, so we definitely confirmed that stuff respawns by the fact they got a chunk of wood in the middle of the road there. So he's guaranteed to give you your seeds back? Because it's looking like it. No, they don't. Just seems like a pretty high chance. Okay, can be thrown or used as a weapon. Can freeze enemies. Alright. So, with that, there was the Tinker's Bench thing here. We absolutely want that. Because that's the one that's supposed to let me combine stuff. Okay, so we can combine the mermaid boots to give me increased movement speed. We can combine the glow desert mask. Alright, let's grab you and drop you here. Okay. So with that, we grab you and put you here. I can craft that. I've already lost track of where the... Okay. Cool. And then there's a thing for combining these. Yeah, it's just saying I don't have any of these R1s known. Alright, that's good to know. So we did combine a couple of our accessories. That's always a plus. In the meantime, probably done with that. I'm going to drop all the explosives in there. That's probably worth us having. The melee damage is not very good, but it buffs allies by hitting them. Okay. Slightly reduces the enemy's spawn rate. I'm not going to worry about that anytime soon. We got a bit of copper ore. We got some string. I've got another chest I can put down. Yeah, I don't think it pulls from the chest with the crafting, unfortunately. There's a way we can find out. Let's put the wood in here. Do I still have... I do. I do actually have access to it. Okay, well that changes a lot of how I'm dealing with my inventory. Which box is empty? Okay, if it just says material, congratulations. Welcome to going into boxes. Alright. I'll probably not use that anyways. Yeah, so it looks like I can still just keep pulling stuff. So we can make the poison resistance potions. We can make a bunch of potions. I'm not worried about potions right now. We don't really need a bunch of stuff from there. As far as this goes, I can craft more potato seeds. Alright. So we've got all that planted. We're just making ourselves a bit of a farm over here. Alright, didn't want to put one there. Okay, so we can grab more of the waste wood. We can grab the grasslands trees. Okay. Alright, this is better than nothing. It's at least a melee weapon. We can go ahead and do all that. You feel something coming from afar. Alright, let's get away from the houses. Why farm if there's no food? Buffs. I may have over-prepared, chat. I may have way over-prepared. And when we kill this, if we get a clip of it, I'd appreciate it, because there's a dare drop related to it. Okay, so maybe we had that. But as far as food goes, there's buffs. So think of like Valheim in the sense that you don't need food to live. It doesn't really do anything like that. Critical jelly hand. My hand is stuck into the jelly. Okay, that's... sure. We will leave the whip here for right now. Really high crit chance, slow speed. Because that didn't seem to do damage that I saw, which worries me. But yeah, so like, I can... like, with the potato... Where are you at? Where is the potato? Did I not just grab those? Oh, it's right here. Can be used for cooking. So you get food buffs. Thank you for clipping it. I will deal with that in a moment. What we'll do here is max those out, craft. Max those out, craft. But I'm going the whole strategy of going, alright, let's escalate the farms. In a lot of these games, it is just a mechanic that you end up needing a lot of, like, the potion buffs, food buffs, those kind of things. And it's just worth it to take the time to get that set up early game, because if you try and go in way later to deal with it, you end up being kind of behind on it. I am curious to actually go here and... trying to see if you could auto-stack stuff. Stack to nearby chests. Cool. Alright. So with that said, chat, it's going to be just a couple minutes. We've hit about that point on the stream that I woke my wife home, run downstairs and quickly grab some food and all that stuff. It's my quote-unquote long break of the stream. It's about 5 minutes. So I'm going to run down there real fast and I'll be right back. So thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again. Because I need that sorted right away, because we're about to go into the Noctil event, and once that happens, they will be allowed to shoot at me, and I will not be allowed to shoot back. That's a regular hit. I need this to fly true. High Lord. This is you. Anywhere in the middle will do. That, I approve. You done good today, kid. I'm pretty sure I just got Brildain killed. Bad place. Okay, so this is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Don't screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, "Please help me," and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Real slowly. I keep watching the wheels just scooch a little bit every so often. Very slowly. Okay, go down. Please. Please tell me we're not gonna have to, like, move this whole thing though. Okay. Alright. Alright, the correct way to do this mission. I hate all of this. This was a mistake. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm still way not out of danger. Okay. That was really, really bad. Because I got cut off and I saw the bushes. And that was really bad. You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. I'll let him know, chat.
Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. He'll never know. I think he knows. I'm pretty sure he very much knows. Oh, you scared the crap out of me, Sand Shark. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there. Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. A potential alternative for saying no, too. Yeah, how's that feel, Boomalope? Sucks to be you, huh? That Boomalope right there? That one? The one who ate my crops, who ran away? Sucks to be you. Even Cassie's tired of your garbage. Locking you into a one-style spot, telling you to get wrecked. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most of the way back up on her feet, I was like, wait a sec, did I literally just get away with this? Zidian's like, if. Okay. Oh no. Did I not mark my ship? We might end up reloading when I die, chat. Well, actually, I'll probably come back in my medical area. I'm pretty sure we were around the silver, which is these asteroids here.
I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
Yes, Ada. Choo choo indeed. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. Ooh, coconut chicken. Oh yeah, that fills us up. Be riding those fire kill zip line scenes. Yeah, I don't understand. So we're supposedly on floor 1. Let's go to 0, because I assume we opened the door then. Textures. Don't kill me. Okay, everything's fine. We just escaped the map a little bit there for a minute. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
He is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Too much is like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he's like. Are very not comfy. Alright. We can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. Orange. And home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us,
and we are
if
back.
that was us falling down. Okay, so where we left off is we were very overprepared and absolutely obliterated the king slime. Yeah, can I get the anchor? No. Oh, right. That was the reason we got the waste wood or whatever it was. Is that I wanted to make the pickaxe and the axe. Okay, so these two are too far away from the boxes. That's kind of what I was afraid of. So we've got all these things where they want me to put the crafting benches in these different rooms. And there's a range to this, obviously. So that kind of sucks, because that means managing materials between multiple places. Like, genuinely, what I might even do is I might just make a second anvil.
Thank you Dragonfall97 for subscribing for 17 months.
And thank you, Dragonfall, for the tier 1 sub. That's 17 months you've been subbed to the channel. And I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot that you'd be supporting the channel, you know, how long you've been supporting and all that. Let's craft that and that. So thank you again so much for those last 17 months. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. Alright, so with this, we now have better equipment. And all that. I do have a spare potato on me. And it apparently has, those have grown right this second. Alright, we can go up here, hit tab, stack nearby. Alright, so now with our better stuff, I don't seem to be able to interact with this. Can I pick this up? And then this will be another thing to clip, is once I get that. So shipwreck secrets. There are so many dares for this. Oh, we had killed a loot goblin as well. And we planted and grew a tree. We've merged to accessories already. Alright. So yeah, we're just a bunch of dare drops. How many dare drops am I allowed to accept in this one? Oh, I can literally accept all of them? Dear God, there's 5 tabs. That's not happening. Do all of these give keys? A lot of them do. Okay. So I'm definitely not doing all of them. Because there's five tabs of keys. Deadly anchor with a rope. Alright, I guess we're already replacing that. Sorry, butterfly, I didn't mean to. Science is being done and you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay, so let's go here. I do have enough to craft another iron ingot, which is fine. Alright. So, let's not use the iron yet. I would like to pursue the iron ingots and all that. What I am thinking we do is, just because we can, for like the Terraria tradition of when you kill a boss, as a tradition. Ow, I was actually still getting hurt by it when I did that. So the downside is, he literally gave me the same weapon, so I might have just like a guaranteed loot table, which would be pretty disappointing if that is the case. But you know, whatever. So shop. Go ahead and take those knives. Don't stack weird. Let's see, is there anything we want from these people? There's the dashing thing. I don't know if we use it, but I'll grab it. You do have the iron pickaxe and all that I could straight up buy, which is something worth considering. So the real question is... Okay, protection from the cold. Guide. So, if I get whatever the eyeball thing is, or the weird glowy thing is, we could use the frog leg things. The merfolk boot things, that would be combined with all the other stuff. That one's not a material, that one's not a material. I already have the leather boots. Oh, so 5 iron bars can allow normal movement on ice. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab those 5 iron bars, I guess. Actually, I could probably just do it from here. Cool. Allows normal movement on ice. Yeah, it could just be a weird fluke of RNG. Yeah, so now I would need the technomic... Yeah, so that requires 2 other types of boots we haven't found yet. We got the fortified flour, which requires whatever the glowy crap is. And all those aren't materials, and none of those are materials. You also require the glowy thing. Whatever that glowy thing is, we need a lot of it. We've got ice. We can use that to just make ice-based decorations and all that. I probably don't care about any of that. Alright. And for the time being, tuck you in there. That does make me curious about these wood tools being a material. We'll see. You're also material, which is curious. So let's check to see what the boat anchor says. We apparently can get like some topaz thing or something like that, which will make it just a stronger version. Okay, so with that, we can go ahead and run over here. Alright. Oh, right. We need frost protection. I did see that we can make a potion of frost protection. Well, that's frozen protection, not frost protection. I'm gonna try it anyways. I'm just checking. No new people to put in here. All right. And cut on over here. And so we can't get going with all that. I get that stretch redeem. Yeah, so I did get a better pickaxe. And that might help out where we can go over here to the east. And maybe I could snag some of the iron. The big question is the cold protection. Now that could be we might have a new NPC running around to be found. Now we've killed a boss and everything. Or we'll have some place that I couldn't get into previously that now I can to get items. All right. Random table saw in the middle of the map. Which, for the record, that beep animation, Eonic did make that. Alright, so potion experimenting time. Okay, so with that, we did get, give me 2 seconds. We did get protection from cold. Alright. I'm assuming you're evil. Or you just run away from me. Okay. I'm assuming that's a place we can go into once I have better equipment. So the other thing to check is, are these special trees? They are. So the assumption we're going to make here is that I'm going to need both the special wood and the iron to make iron tools. All right. And we've got floofs. We've got a heart plant here. All right. Guess I'm not gonna get to spend nearly as much time running around this place. It's just one of those things that the defense bonus we get is far more limited. Is this still fur, or is this like a separate thing? Okay, it's still fur in there. Yeah, because we've only got a minute left of ice resistance, I believe. We have discovered the snow forest. We have a minute and 30 seconds till we gotta not be here anymore. Did I have 2 potions? I had just the 1. It'd be really nice if I could locate a waypoint out here somewhere. Gonna start working my way to the west because we're about to run out of time. We'll inventory what the crap was in this box later. I got 30 seconds. Oh, cool, waypoint. All right, so we're good. That's probably why I was racing around, is I just really wanted to see if we couldn't find the waypoint real quick. Alright, we gotta go. We gotta go. Well, I goofed. I guess we get to see what happens when we die. I tried to use the waypoint, and I think it's because I'm taking damage, I wasn't allowed to do anything. Alright, so I seem to retain all my things. Transforms damage taken into magic. Interesting. Yeah, so it seemed like what happened there was once I started taking damage from the cold, I just couldn't do anything. Like the portal didn't function. Deep down, have you seen the entrance to the caves in the snow? Perhaps you could destroy a large rock blocking it. We kind of figured that one already, but okay. Guide. So you have... Yeah, so you can make better potions. Not surprising. That's potion. Floof, I can make... Santa clothing. We can also make a warm scarf, which is what gives us basic immunity to the cold. This is the curiosity I had. Unlimited high potion restores one thing. Unlimited great potion. So it looks like if we save the life flowers, they are useful for just boosting a bunch of stuff. And then fir trees stuff. Goldsmith table. Okay. Mrs. Smile. Cool, that's deeply upsetting looking helmet. Alright, well first, give ourselves some more max health. Gave herself a bunch of iron. Ooh, we can make... Allows you to cast 2 magic fairies at the same time. We have a grappling hook, which can let me grapple around, I assume, to move rapidly. There's a handful of frost protection potions. We will quick stack everything the way we can. Drop you in there, drop you in there. Drop you in there. Oh, weird. For whatever reason, that one chest, I'm not allowed to use that for stuff. We can drop you in there. That is not at all what I want to do. It's what I did. Okay. So that box is full. And for right now, I'm just going to chuck these on into the next box. Okay, so we've got all that stuff sorted out. What are you for? I don't really care about that. Okay, so we've got all these going. Those are almost done growing. Those are almost done growing. What the heck else am I looking for right now? So I've got my potions to go back to the cold area. We need to make the pickaxes, that's right. So we're looking at the pickaxe as the highest priority, and then the axe would be next. So I've got my iron pickaxe. And so with that, and drop off my copper one. Alright. So then the answer here is going to be, we pop our potion to get the cold resist. And relative to the waypoint, northwest will take us back to where the cave is. And then going into the cave will be another dare drop. Okay, the waypoint's up here. Because I'll figure I'll just grab, because all of these are giving me keys for the game. Or will give me keys to the game. So just kind of one of those ones like, alright, we're just gonna have a whole lot of keys I'm gonna be able to give out in the future. Oh, I have to click and hold. That's what I did wrong. I thought I wasn't doing it. I had to click and hold on it. Okay. So we gotta run up this way. Alright, and real quick, we will accept the dare for going into the cave. Everything you need to make it through this place. You have lots of explosives and minecart track. I discovered somewhere eerie the caves there. Let me mark it on your map. Okay, we've got gold ore. Bunches of mushroom. Now it's starting to look a lot like Core Keeper. Okay. What I should probably do is put a bunch of these down real fast. And then start cleaning up all this. Yeah, so it looks like we're gonna definitely need light sources down here. But we are finding copper, gold, and iron down here, which should help a lot. And a freaking diamond. I am really glad that one of the first things we did is the moment they're like, you could buy a lantern that makes light around you. I was like, yep, want that. I learned my lesson from... Look, the glow-in-the-dark slime, I want to kill it. It has to happen. I will say, the mini-map on this one's not super useful since it's really hard to see what's what. This really does have Terraria vibes? Yeah, no, I think that's very deliberately. It's very clearly inspired by Terraria. While also being significantly different. In that, like, the game progression side of it, certainly the same. But yeah, it's in that same realm of stuff like Core Keeper and all those. Alright. Now, as a reminder, it is early access still. So, I don't intend on playing a ton of it on the channel, even though I'm really enjoying it. Knowing it's early access and I cannot finish the game in its current version, at least I'm pretty sure we can't. I'm very much in the camp of try it out, get a good feel, do I like it? Yes. Which so far I'm going to say yes. But as far as like actually dedicating like time to play a full playthrough, I'll just wait till it's, you know, either fully released or like in the ballpark of release ready. I can definitely see you getting yourself in trouble by just being too greedy and just keep mining and mining and mining. What does make me curious is, so far, the last couple upgrades for different tools, I have needed different wood for it. And I've not seen any type of wood down in here for fairly straightforward reasons. That said, it wouldn't surprise me if there's some, like, petrified trees or something like that down here that you'd use. So I'm curious if it'll just be we keep using the fur. I think it has some Terraria but some Stardew Valley, but it's unique in its own self. I'm curious, like, this is me trying to put you on the spot. What makes you feel Stardew Valley is the real question I have. Because to me, this is very directly Terraria kind of reference. So when I think Stardew Valley, I think more like you know, like a lot of the social stuff that goes on in Stardew Valley, where you do friendships and romancing and all that. The UI? Maybe. Maybe. I can see that. Yeah, I was thinking like gameplay aspects, and to me, I'm like, you know, Terraria 100% C. Like, very, very strong Terraria vibes. Like, the music feels very Terraria inspired. The art aesthetic seems Terraria inspired. The progression is very Terraria inspired. Mix of skills and playstyles? Gotcha, like... Yeah, to me, this, like, just directly aligns with Terraria. But again, usually when I think Stardew Valley, I'm usually thinking along the lines of, the friendships, relationships, all that kind of stuff. Because, like, when it comes to, like, the combat and everything in Stardew Valley, it's pretty mild. Okay, how are we doing on our ore? We've got 25 gold. It's actually not as much as I thought I was going to have. Yeah, Kepler Earth, I would agree with that. Kepler Earth is also one of those games that, again, is very Terraria, but from above. Same with, like, Core Keeper and a bunch of these. Is this ruby? Oh, no, it's copper. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, very genuinely, like, some of the main aspects of Stardew Valley comes from the relationships with the people. It's one of the reasons why when I've had people go, like, when we're playing, like, Stardew Valley or Coral Island, they're like, oh, is this game fun if you don't romance anyone? It's like, sure, but you're missing such a core component of the game. No, but this game, as far as I can tell, there's, like, no friendship romancing or anything else like that. Okay. So clearly, the way you get the good stuff, there are summons in this one. They do imply, there's a weapon I got earlier that's supposed to buff friendlies. Now, that could be just multiplayer friendlies. I haven't seen a summoning item yet, but that doesn't mean they're not in the game. I honestly, oh, right. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and get some more fir wood. Since I've had to drink another potion just to go outside. Okay, there's a big pile of snow with a chef's hat up there. Thank you for freeing me. I don't know how long I've been here. Quest. Learn how to cook. How to make a fried egg. Prepare a dish using the following ingredients. Egg plus egg. Shop. A cooking pot. I have the money, I'll take that right now. Spice. Reduces the red cooking bar. Okay. That goes real fast. All right. Deliver. You've learned how to make a fried egg. Quest. That's it for today. Okay, so it's like the fishing quest in Terraria where you can only do one a day. Because you made it to year 8 and started without marrying anyone, Stardew? Yeah, no, you can absolutely play that way, and that's fine. It's just very, very much the relationships in Stardew are just a very core piece of the game. Like, all of the story comes from that. There is progression stuff that comes through that. So it's one of those things that you can, like, if you're just not okay with it, you can certainly choose to not do it. But it is one of those things that kind of really limits the parts of the game you get to experience. Alright, so we got the guy who gives luxury things. He's willing to straight up give me an iron staff. I mean, not give, pay for an iron staff. Okay, so for 5 gold, he would sell me a thing that does extra magic damage. Oh, you romanced everyone? You just didn't marry? Got you. Yeah, now one of the things, though, is the game does kind of hold ransom a lot of the main story stuff until you pursue people farther, unfortunately. It's one of those things that's always been a pro and a con to me with that genre, is you want to kind of experience everyone's stories, but a lot of the stuff is locked behind romancing, which, okay, fair enough. But at the same time, you want to kind of see all those stories, but not have to do playthrough after playthrough after playthrough. And they added an item way later that you could, you know, undo a relationship. Usually marry Leah or male Leah Elliot. Okay, so I don't get a choice of hitting the walls in that one. So whatever that gold key is, where I can just circumvent traps and all that by just smashing through walls over here. That's an interesting one. You wish the male characters had more depth? Yeah, no, I've made that comment a couple of times when we get talking about Stardew Valley. That's like, you know, for everyone pursuing The Bachelors, I am so sorry you have such limited choices. There are some good ones in there. Not many. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely some of the bachelorettes that you also look at and be like, nah, man. Friends don't let friends romance Haley. Have more self-worth. Is Leah the one that makes tea? Leah's the artist. So she lives, like, just out of town to the west, and she makes her sculptures. Ow, stop it. I'm kind of hoping I can find another waypoint down here since we haven't found one yet. We already looted that. Alright. And this is where we got down to the swamp and things got dodgy real fast. Okay, so judging by what we're finding here, if I want to make the gold tools, I probably have to come here with the iron axe to be able to chop down those trees. I wonder if the underground cave resets each day or something like that. Or it's just huge. Honestly, it's just huge, me think. Yeah, the merfolk down there, that was the one that we picked a fight with one. And it was hitting me for 40 a tick, and it was really hard for me to dodge without just straight up running away. Like, I think I might need something like dash or something like that to really dodge it with any reliability. Let's start backing off. So for the cold, I still got to drink the potions. But the rest of it all seems fine. We've already got the stuff for the wasteland stuff and all that. We are able to get iron and all that pretty easy. She loves goat cheese? Yeah. Well, it was, I believe for Leah was... She likes the brown mushrooms and a lot of artisan goods, if I remember correctly. Like stuff like wine and all that. I think Elliot also really liked wine, if I remember correctly. Oh, that was... We had the skeleton with the chest in it down here. Let's see if we can go get that now. Oh, never mind. We were able to get around to it. Authentic kind of reality? Yeah, no, that's, when I've compared Stardew to other games that have been added to the genre since then, that's usually kind of one of the things that even the games that I'm like, hey, mechanically this game has done a lot of improvements, over Stardew Valley or whatever, it still comes back to, but with Stardew Valley, it does a much better job of getting you to, like the characters and all, or not even, like, be... you know, have a connection to the characters kind of thing and the story and all that. Even games that, like, the story is similar, like Coral Island, you have the same kind of thing where it's like, there's... the local oil company has caused an oil spill which has damaged the island and all that. And it's still, like, not a bad story, but it doesn't really click as well as Stardew Valley did, for whatever reason. And my only guess I can give is that with as many characters they have, which is really nice in the sense you have a much wider cast to consider and all that, so it's not quite as narrow, you also don't get the same attachment to those characters. Alright. Also, one of the reasons why this game instantly gets a higher review for me than most, they have cumin, which means we can make taco seasoning. Alright, and killing one of those is another dare drop. Let's see. I also got the cook, which is another dare drop. Okay, so we got a recall scroll, we got a bunch of other junk like this. I've got a crafting bench. I'm assuming now that we've got the miner and the chef. So both of those are just requiring houses. So let's go over here. Can you break up the ship? No, I tried to look at earlier, and there's not a spot to hit the ship. So it does appear that they don't really have a spot to work on the ship there. Stack nearby. An energetic bottled blue fairy. Auto-consume mana potions as needed. I probably will not be using that, but that's okay. We do have some other stuff. So diamonds. We can make diamond earrings, which increases range damage. Diamond ring, which increases melee damage, or a diamond necklace, which increases magic damage. Okay, that's kind of cool. We have gold trumpet mushrooms, which can make a couple of things. Yeah, so those are just for making bars. Blue mushrooms, which can make things. Okay. Reeds, which can make things I don't have. Cumin, which we can make cumin seeds with. Alright. We have cinnamon. Alright, for right now, let's just keep embracing all this. Okay, and whatever we had left, we can toss in here. Right now, I'll toss all the mushrooms in there as well. Got more tree seeds to deal with. And stuff not stacking the way I want them to. Also throw the diamonds in there. Okay. Alright, so we are getting more and more fields set up. Because I imagine it's going to be one of those things when it comes to like being able to cook. I'll suddenly be able to do a lot. I'll go ahead and add these. Cool. I'm glad you fixed the farm edge. It didn't look right. Yeah, no, it's the same thing where I'm like, nope, that can't stay the way it is. Doesn't matter how it changes, but it cannot stay the way it is right now. Alright, so we will do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Alright, so let's grab the bars. Chuck those into boxes. We'll chuck the ore into these boxes as well. Drop you off. Still need to place the cauldron. And grab all the wood. Yeah, so it's interesting is we've got a lot of different stuff here. And the thing I'm not excited about is it's not showing me recipes, which means I'll just have to remember them. So I'm really hoping that's something that changes, that, you know, we unlock a recipe and once we've cooked it once or whatever, that I could just select it. And the minigame was honestly pretty brutal, that it went from, like, it just ended up burning half of it because it just went so fast. Alright. So we do need to make the iron axe as one of the priorities. That should let us get the new wood, which I assume we will use with gold to make better equipment. Alright, Server Lord, you have a good one. But I do appreciate that making the farms in this game is a little bit more straightforward. You can also do farms like this in Terraria, and they work well enough, but they can be tedious. Now, one thing you can do with Terraria is you have where you can automate a lot of it down the road. Now, another sad thing is it does seem like we ultimately can't sustain that by itself. I did have a palm seed. Oh, surprisingly, I can make a lot of this stuff. So the gold staff will allow me to cast the magic fairy still. But for the gold pickaxe and all that, it costs more. There is a thing for making the gold armor, there's a dare drop for that. That whole thing. I'm not gonna worry about the rest of those dare drops. I feel like we've already done enough to get plenty of keys for that kind of thing. Because all those dare drops, when I get the clips and turn those in, we should get a pretty good number of keys out of that. And I don't want to sit here and have to like try and figure out how to give away like 20 keys. Because honestly, like there's probably gonna be a decent number of people interested, but that'll be a lot to manage if we were to go through all that. Alright, so what I should do is not be cutting down more of these trees right this second. Make the iron axe first, and then we can go cut down the trees. It does feel like I'm progressing relatively fast. Not in an upsetting way, just I'm making really good time on a lot of stuff. So let's get the axe. Now, we could definitely get our armor to be better. So it gives us maximum HP and all that, and some defense. We should do that. I am only hesitating because I'd rather save it for the pickaxe and all that, because it's usually going to bar us from the next tier of whatever equipment we're doing. So we've got 25 in that. Let's go to the sawmill. I will need a door. We'll need a second door. Bed was one of the requirements for one of them. Oh, that's going to require thread, which I believe is over here. Oh, good. We can make the scarf, because that gives us the protection to cold. And all the rest of that is basically fine. Make a full stack of thread so I don't have to think about it for a long time. And you have... Let's see. The other members of the crew must be somewhere. We should look for them. The caves might be a good place to start. Okay. So... with the thread and whatever the feather is, we can give ourselves protection from the cold. Let's see. The fortified rose, I think, is one I'm going to get rid of off of our current setup. Because this way I don't have to deal with the cold potions. So we can... Oop, that's not the one I wanted to get off the bar. Put you away. We can put that aside. Oh yeah, and then there was one for setting my spawn point, which is, I assume, the bed. Right, so I wanted to check here. So we've got the miner required a table, and the chef required a bed. So let's make, really fast, a table. And then we're going to go here and max that out and create those. Max that out and create those. Alright, so we can grab you and you off of here, grab you and put you back on here. And get our next house built. Oh, we need to make torches. I also just remembered once again that part of the plan was to make... Oh, we already made our iron axe. Let's go down to the iron axe. I don't have enough wood. Let's get to chopping. Because the idea is straightforward. We're just trying to get a bunch of wood. Alright. And then if we go all the way down to the southeast, then we'll be able to get whatever the jungle tree was. And that should make it so I can make the gold pickaxe and the gold axe. But yeah, it's interesting because definitely in like Terraria, for example, you had really hard progression blocks on bosses. And there was ways to circumvent some of them if you really knew the tricks of the game. But it was stuff like you had to kill the first boss to get the dryad, to get the stuff for them being able to mine to, you know, certain things. And then once you got that done, that would unlock the ability to get to the next boss, and you'd use the thing from the next boss to reach the next thing. It's not that you had to kill every single boss. You could actually skip a lot of stuff, especially, again, if you knew some of the tricks in the game, there was ways to bypass things. A lot of ways to bypass things. But generally speaking, for the most part, there was a fairly strong progression mechanic that to get into the next thing you had to kill the previous thing and all that. And the only boss we've killed so far is the King Slime. And yet we've been able to progress through like multiple biomes entirely, which has been interesting. Okay, so store all of you away. We can go in here. Apparently need even more things. Alright, and that brings in the chef, the miner. Oh, you wanted a stool, not a table. That's my bad. Okay, well, there's the bed we needed. Is it a stool, or am I just... Ah! You want... I'm assuming it's that one. The wasteland table? Gotcha. I had the wrong type of table. Well, I doubt I'm gonna need another one of these tables, so I'm just gonna go with this idea. Okay, you live here now. Love to see it. Sells explosives. This S2? No. The game category is, you know, on the bottom. There is no Necess 2, it can't hurt you. No, this is Tinkerlands. So it's another game in the vaguely you know, top-down Terraria. I just realized I made your house one taller than the others. Sir, you do not get to have that privilege. Everyone gets the same tiny hovel. Okay, and we can go ahead and put the wall here. There you go. And now you can live here. Oh, the light source, right. But do you think Terraria is aiming for epic boss fights, which made them quite difficult? Yes. I agree with that entirely, that one of the main draws to Terraria was basically the bosses. Gosh, I was curious because I thought earlier when I messed that, we had that. Yeah, no, there's a lot of prep for the bosses in Terraria, like knowing what weapons could work for it, building yourself an arena to properly fight the boss in, and all that kind of stuff. Which is one of the main draws to the game, was all that, just kind of figuring out what you needed to handle the boss. Like, and getting it all sorted out. So, like, when you first started playing the game, if you didn't spoil it to yourself by watching others play, there was definitely that thing where you would go to engage the boss, knowing full well, most likely your first time, you were just going to lose that fight. Because you just didn't know what you didn't know kind of thing. Alright. And... oh, I have the wrong type of bed. Cool. Honestly... I've set my spawn point, which I believe was another dare drop I had agreed to. Okay, so we gotta go over here and we gotta make a bed. Can you build roads in this game? I think so. Let's see what happens if I do this. Because I know there's places that you can run a little bit faster on the ground where it looks like just dirt. Okay, that doesn't seem to make the roads I'm talking about. But you can change the terrain to make roads, and I know there are roads in the game. So I assume you can make them, but I do not know how to make them. Okay, so we've got all that squared away, that's all fine. I'm guessing it'd be someplace like this. So I can make the other floor stuff. So wasteland bed, so we would need a fur bed, so I'll craft that. We can make red carpet. We can make railroad tracks. I figured it'd probably be in here. I'm not seeing it, but it could be I just haven't seen the right material for it. It's definitely not in there. But yeah, there is, if we look at the map, you can see like there's these brownish gray roads over here. I assume you can make those. But they definitely are roads in the sense you do run a bit faster if you're on them, that kind of thing. Okay, so with that... Cool. Roast meat. It's meat plus meat. You don't know how you use your roadcraft experience? Yeah, and Fractal does sponsor this channel. For those who don't know, they are a they make a bunch of different hardware, from like cases to headsets to cooling systems for like fans and water cooling and chairs and all that kind of good stuff. They're definitely a brand that the idea is they try to make like kind of top quality stuff. So not the cheapest brand out there, but the idea is they do try to be like the best the best in a given bracket or whatever you want to call it. It is a company I've been using for my own hardware usage for over 12 years, primarily in cases, because that's what they started with. I haven't got a chance to check out a lot of their other stuff yet, just because most of those investments to doing other things are relatively new things. Yeah, so this is the road. So let's actually dig up a tile. Dirt floor. Okay. We'll just have to figure out how to make a dirt floor. Yes, there's a cave entrance. We got a mark for the snow fortress. We got a mark for the forgotten altar. We got the wastelands. We got that little pyramid thing down there. I've already forgotten where I was trying to go. Right, I want to go down to the jungle down here. Because if I can cut down some of the trees in the jungle, I believe that's what I'll need to be able to finish making my gold equipment. I didn't get my scarf. Yeah, we got the scarf equipped. Yeah, we still need the key for all those. Okay, we got a blacksmith-looking place over here. All right. So that thing hurts. That's the big caveat, is I think we're at that point where I'm starting to struggle with our armor being what it is. We got ourselves some cilantro. Got a big wolf statue over there. We got an Eye of Newt. Okay, we can make a goldsmith table. I saw it pop up on that list. All right. So it definitely seems like the trees in this area are way more spread out than the other ones. We do some wands from Noita right now. I do love the chaos and curse that is Noita wands, where you're like, I can mishmash this together. And it's like, man, this wand is almost as dangerous to the enemies as it is to me. Like that has always been like the big thing in Noita, is you just get that. You get those wands, and they are just a huge risk to everything that's alive. Which is part of the fun, is to make that ridiculously overpowered wand and just be extremely concerned about being very careful where it's pointing. Giant saw blades that kill all enemies and come back to you. Yep. And so you get like the spell repulsion thing to multiple levels to try and manage it. Ow. All right. Just slowly chipping away at all stuff. Use the wand. Map ceased to exist. Because your game crashed. I mean, also map ceased to exist. But you get that, what is it, divide by 20 that you can abuse really bad. And you get yourself in those weird situations where your wand just makes attacks everywhere. And just utterly potatoes your computer. Okay. Again, way down here to the edge. Chainsaw wand using infinite nukes. Yeah, the first one goes off and the game just stops moving. Alright, so we got 2 of the plants and a merfolk over here. Trying to get the merfolk to aggro, so I'm not trying to dodge. Multiple stacking attacks. That's fine, I'm not gonna... I got the loot. Not to worry about actually fighting them too much. We're just here for the gold and the wood. Okay. Alright, let's get more wood over here. Now, what makes me curious is, like, going into the cold forest thing and checking that out. We also had a thing that was definitely showing they need to put different materials into it. A lot of that stuff's going to be curious as to the puzzles. It's going to be finding the right items. I have a feeling with that one that's in the center map, that maze, that it's going to be, like, beat the major bosses and all that. Hey, we got another person we don't recognize. Oh, that's your luxury goods guy. So you've got the cactus sword, the trident, a cutlass, an ice pick. So all of that seems like it's relatively garbage. I have noticed the enemies do not seem to be actively going after the NPCs. In Terraria, it is a thing that if they collide with the NPCs, they'll start attacking it and doing damage to each other and that kind of stuff. It seems it's not really a mechanic. Alright, do we have more biomes in this? There might be a biome down there to the right. That might be worth checking. Because I'm feeling like we're getting pretty close to finishing exploring the surface of the map. When I say that, I mean as far as like types of biomes. I'm sure there's like landmarks and all that kind of stuff we haven't seen yet. Okay, we've got weird tree roots all around here. Got a chest in the middle of it all. Which unfortunately is not that exciting of a chest. Alright. I do kind of appreciate in some of these games when they do have mechanics that kind of limit how long you're going to be here. Like, I know durability can be a very annoying mechanic. You know, if they do like the Valheim model where you just go up to a bench and you hit a button, it just magically makes it all better, it's not so bad. But when you have to like recraft the same tools again and again and again, it gets utterly obnoxious. But I feel like sometimes it's good to have kind of an artificial like, oh, I've been out here a while, I need to kind of bring my goods back or resupply or repair, whatever your limiter is. Because it is one of those things that you can just find yourself running around more and more and more and more. And just, you know, you spend all the time running around and not ever going back to base to like recoup, resupply, drop off, that kind of thing. Like, it does feel like there is a certain value in encouraging the player to return home from time to time to, you know, do their maintenance, re-up their stuff, build their equipment, all that kind of garbage. But especially when our inventory is as incredibly generous as it appears to be in this game, it definitely feels like you could just burn hours running around in an area and just not needing to come back for like a very long time. And we are playing on the normal difficulty. So far, with what I've run into, if I were to start a brand new run through, I'd probably go the harder difficulty. I haven't felt particularly challenged. We've only died once, and that was just because I had my potion to protect me from cold run out before I had an actual protection from it. And I mistakenly thought that when I tried to teleport and took damage from it that I couldn't teleport. And so I died to environmental just not having the thing that protects me against it. As far as fighting, even against much harder enemies, I don't think we've gotten very close. Which, to be fair, I played a lot of these styles of games, so you start to learn the tricks about how to avoid certain attacks and all that kind of stuff. That, like, attacks that lead you, well, this is how you deal with them. Attacks that don't lead you, here's how you deal with them. Enemies that just shoot straight at you, here's how you deal with that. Yep, we went into our ice biome without our scarf. And you just can't do that. How are we doing in gold, by the way? We have 110. You're probably good in gold. For right now. So let's just do a little run by. Just see if we can't find if there's a waypoint down here. I mean, that's actually a lot of gold in one spot. I'll grab that. But, basically trying to, like, beeline across here, see if we can't find the waypoint. I'm not gonna chase you. He drops a decent amount of copper, but all things considered... Oh, I mean, he does give me the... He does give me a thing for, like, max health, max mana, so even if the copper's not that big a deal... I don't know what the limits are on those things. But I'll definitely take what I can. Alright. Let's stop collecting that unless we have like an area with tons of it. Like I said, we're just trying to beeline across here, see if we get lucky, and... find the waypoint. Or other point of interest. All right. And there's a waypoint. All right. I can run this all back home. Make our gold tools, which will make us better at getting everything. We got blood sacks, which I assume are for more potions and all that. Yeah, I definitely feel like the right answer, if we do a brand new playthrough, it's going to be build our town directly at a waypoint, so I don't have to run back and forth. I wonder, we might actually check to see if I can tear up waypoints, because it could even be a thing that I can pick up a waypoint and move it kind of thing. Which would be an interesting gimmick. Decreases enemy spawn rate. I don't really care about that. We'll drop that in there. I don't really need you anymore. Cilantro is new. Okay, so we got the blood sacks are new. And the swamp wood is new. Let's pop over here. So, we have the goldsmith table. That's a big new thing we've got here. So, craft that. And we can make the amulet that we can make into a diamond, like a diamond necklace. That will then give us a magic bonus. So that's cool stuff. Not really worried about that. We can make the cilantro seeds. So we can start growing cilantro on our farm. Okay, and we can go over here. Cool. Move you down. We've got swamp tree seeds. So let's expand our tree farm to accommodate those. Okay. Cool. So we've got our farm going on over here and all that. So next up we will get this. So let's... Okay, so we can do the axe or the pickaxe. I don't have enough material. Oh, wait, that's not true. I can go over here and just go boom, smelt, smelt, smelt. If I want more, I'll have to do more. So we can craft our pickaxe, craft our actual axe. Okay, so we've got this book, so it's 23 damage, 10 mana, very fast cast speed. Or I can make this, which seems to just not be as good, which is interesting. Though we got more equipment to get from out of here. We can go to the gold table. We can make the amulet. Stack away stuff like this. And then I believe we would go to the tinker. Wait, actually, it's right here. We can go here. I'm 1 diamond short of that. We can go and just chuck you in a box and forget your existence. And we can go up to you and check about some of these things. So we've got that I can't do anything with yet. Yeah, so those look like they're just potion materials. Which the assumption would be when I hit a hard enough enemy, I would need to deal with that. Okay, so we don't have any of the art stuff set up. That's fine. Well, so... Oh, can I make any of the armor? So I have enough gold. I don't think I can make all of it. Alright. We've got ourselves some better equipment. So hopefully we don't get hit as hard now. But they were supposed to go finding more of the people. Then they have the exact same setup as Terraria in regards to, you know, you get a hint to go do this one. This one they more formalize it and make it a quest. But even Terraria, if you walk through the guide and be like, what should I do now? I'd be like, oh, I hear something rumbling in the dungeon. Or, the jungle seems unsteady. Or, you know, I feel like something's watching me. Alright. Then pop in over here. We can run into the cave, which is where we're supposed to find these things. Yeah, so all the stuff's gonna break way easier now. I'm honestly curious, like, if it makes more sense to... Oh, right, we have a question mark down there. Okay. So we've got our target. Just kind of running across here. Is that diamond there? Nope. Alright, so we're vaguely moving left and down. Because it's generally the direction of the question mark. Okay, that's interesting to actually have a proper bridge. And a singular healthy tree. Ranged potion, so all of this is kind of garbage. Alright, so we're making good progress here. Oh goody. A scary spider. Who exploded in a single hit. Okay. I'm assuming the danger of the spiders is that they poison you real bad. Arcane Heavenly Amulet increases range damage and all that. So probably not one I'm going to use, but still nevertheless interesting. We're getting close to where this is all supposed to go down. Alright. We got a critical ice pick, a swarm potion. Okay. This is feeling like a boss area. This is a boss room. I don't care what anyone tells me. Muffled noises. So, there we go. I was about to say, like, so far, it's mostly just messed with the arena. Okay. It seems like it's mostly just it and its spiders that do all the damage. Oh, okay. You have stepped up the threat. Oh, it's standing on me. We're dead. Yeah. So, at first I'm like, this doesn't seem that bad. This doesn't seem that scary. And then it shot the big scary laser. I'm like, okay. We've changed the rules. Yeah, so mobility is a bit of a problem I'm running into there. Which makes a lot of sense. It drops webs and all that. What can I do with mineral silk? Mineral spider egg summons a mineral spider. Okay, so if I get 50 of the mineral silk, I can get a minion. The wand, I combine with a bunch of stuff I don't have, so it's not worth considering. If I get 100 range potions, I can make what? A range brooch. Which is just basically like having a permanent bonus to that. Yeah, no, the moment it got on top of me and I have like no fast dodge or anything, I'm like, okay, it's just, you know, this is done. All right. Mining arrow destroys solids. That's interesting. All right, so I don't know what the chart map is definitely going to be used for something important. All right, so maybe there's a dash button. There is an item to give me dash that I do not currently have equipped. Before we go back to deal with that spider again, I would like to check down here to the bottom left, see if there is another biome, because I don't think there's going to be another biome up here, but there could be another biome down there. And I'd like to just take a quick peek at that to see, like, the overland map, if we have kind of exhausted the biomes on the overland map. Because underground, it's kind of harder to tell how much or how little we've exhausted of it. So peek down that way. And I imagine this is the point where I would probably want to get buff food going on and all that stuff to properly take on the boss. Which is fine. That's where some of these games start to lose me, because you end up sitting there grinding it. Like, that's, I have put a ridiculous amount of time in Terraria, and I have beaten the game many times, including stuff like doing, Calamity mod, Death mode, and all that. And while I absolutely adored it, it's genuinely at this point, like, I start playing it, and I get to right around the phase that I need to start either, like, you know, farming potion materials or whatever. And then usually I just like, never mind. I'll do something else, I'm out. All right. Yeah, it seems like the same old of what we've been finding in all these kind of places. All right. Hello, what are you over there? Okay, strange altar. There are 5 empty slots. Okay. So what you're telling me is that I need to go murder a bunch of those things. Thought I saw one over here. Okay, there's one. If we find our waypoint, we can just waypoint over. Yeah, we're gonna run back and forth though, looking for those things to get more Eyes of Newt. See what we can find and all that. Because I'm curious, if we do the altar, will it give me an item, or will it summon a boss that's going to absolutely murder my face off? I don't care about that thing. It doesn't give me what I want or need. Alright. Random cauldron in the middle. It is interesting with like those random cauldrons and all that all over the place. That does definitely open up a lot of opportunity for skips. Where if you're doing like speedrun strats, you know, your speedrun might be to immediately run to this area to grab that, to then grab, you know, a couple of sand, to then make, you know, a potion right away at the beginning, and then use that potion to go into, like, the next area to cheese that real fast, like, grab the really good item to then turn around and go back to the first bosses and just, like, two-shot them kind of thing. Which, like, that when you watch, like, Terraria speedruns, there's a lot of that kind of stuff, like skipping stuff and then going right for the good item to like go trash a whole bunch of stuff easy. All right. And there's the waypoint. Alright, we just need 2 more of those. We'll see if that gives me another boss, or it gives me an item. It is interesting that the mineral spider silk, you can use that for what looks... I'm assuming it's a summons. It does say it gives you a spider. It's just one of those things that I don't know if it's like... Some games you have to have like the summoning item in your hand for it to be any good. Other ones you summon and then like it's kind of summon and forget, but you know, if you've got the right accessories you can summon a bunch of things or make them do more damage or whatever the thing that justifies you being a summoner versus just any other character who happens to have a summon out. Okay, so I only need 1 more if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Just a grid of mushrooms. We already grabbed the box, right? Okay, believe that's all the Eye of Newts we need. You summon it so that you're holding a spider in your hand. Yep. Character just freaks out. Okay, that should be the altar right there. This feels very boss summon-esque. But, you know, we get to test. Alright. Okay, another boss done. Lightning Poison Gland, Frog Prince's Crown. Increases mana and all that by a lot. Chance to poison enemy as an accessory. Movement speed. Blood Bubble Spell. Creates a bubble spray. How does that compare to what I've been using? Okay, I think that'll be way more damage. It is way more damage. It is way more mana intensive too. Well, we just went ahead and just knocked out another boss just because. Now, on the other hand, it is looking like there's not another biome down here anywhere. Yeah, the thing to keep in mind with Terraria is it didn't start as massive as it was. When you first played Terraria way back in the day, I want to say there was like King Slime, Skeletron, and I think like one or two other bosses. There's only like 3 or 4 bosses in the entire game when it first came out. And there wasn't really much of like an underworld and all that going on. There was no hard mode. There was none of that, any of that stuff. That's just as the game updated, it kept going, well, what if we added more content? What if we added more content? Until it became the behemoth that it is now. Alright. So, we did knock out another boss. What I do think we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to take another run at the spider, because I do feel like with this, I can hammer the spider really hard, and then just try and get away for a little bit. I missed where the kidney stone came up. Kidney stones are no fun. The kidney stones are just straight up awful. Yeah, so you give me a bunch of mana and hit points. That gives increased damage. Chance on hit to poison the enemy. That feels like a pretty good one. The question is, what would I want to give up instead? So that's normal movement speed on ice. I'm going to swap those and see how bad the ice movement speed is, because I don't need to worry about that too much. We're just going to go into the ice thing and then leave, like, go into the cave and run down to where the spider is and deal with the spider. That's fine. So let's go straight up here. Okay, so we've got ourselves 200 max mana now. So a little bit more. Let's see. Enoch asked to collect the 5 Infinity Stones and got a highlight in chat. And yes, cannot recommend. Less so if you carry it around for years. I did not carry mine around for years when I had one. It was not a good time. It was just like, hey, that's horrific pain. I'm not enjoying this. What's this? Yeah, so let's go and take our chances at the spider boss, and then we'll probably get to right around the time of switching over to roadcraft. I've enjoyed this. It's just kind of the thing where I'm at right now is being that this is early access and I know I can't finish the game yet because the finish doesn't exist yet. Really does undermine my desire to like really dive in. Which, you know, is fair. All right. Did the heart flower increase my health? Do I have a heart flower? I don't have a heart flower right now. Am I missing something? I don't see a heart flower. But heart flowers. You're a different one. Oh, there's one northwest of the mana flower. Ah, well, I've already moved on a long time from there, unfortunately. Okay. It'd honestly be really good if we had the thing where we take damage, it becomes mana. That wouldn't be a bad thing to have for this entire situation. Alright, here we go again without learning any lessons. Well, that's not great. We immediately got absolutely obliterated. Wifey. I don't know about that. Yeah, he gets on top of you. Yep. Yeah, so wasn't Dash Trinket the one you saw the vendor once? Yeah, I don't have it right now. But yeah, we probably do need the Dash Trinket for it, or just more movement speed, because it is a thing that once it walks over you, there's not really a whole lot you can do about it. I did notice at first I was curious if the, I was kind of curious if the webs were a stacking thing, so it's just, you know, you had to avoid letting the stacks build up, but it doesn't appear to be the case. Alright, so we have the crown. We don't have whatever material the crown needs. So crown does give you a little bit of armor, but it's way weaker than that. The poison's fine. It doesn't seem to work on my spells, only my regular attack. So honestly, it might be worth keeping the boots. One of the things we could do is roll these to get stats on them to get our defense higher. Would certainly be worth considering. Yeah, I think for right now I'm just gonna toss the crown in a box. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it increases our stats by a lot, so far as mana and all that, which is how much we can cast stuff. Let's see if we see anything on the trinket bench show up. No. You were the one who could reforge our stuff to hopefully get us better stats. So reforge. So you have bloody, which is a lot more damage. Let's go to our arm. Well, it's our trinkets. So increases weapon that. So like honestly, that baseball glove, weapon knockback, I don't think is relevant for what we're doing right now. And so I don't think that's nearly as important as it used to be. So let's grab that and put you in here. We're going to merge you with something else later. We have range damage increase. I don't care about that much. Returns 10 damage when being hit by contact. I don't think that makes sense. Increases range damage. That's a potion. Reduces enemy spawn. I don't think that's relevant for what we're dealing with in a boss fight. Transforms damage received into mana. So that one's a strong maybe. There, we have the dash. We do actually have the dash. How good are you, dash? Oh, the dash is really strong, is what the dash is. And what do I need to upgrade that? We need whatever that eyeball thing is, or whatever the shadowy thing is, which I don't know what either of those are. And none of the rest of those are materials. Alright. If I just hold it, does it work? No. Because even at a minimum what this can do is if the spider gets on top of me when the spider's moving one way, since it has momentum, I can dash backwards and just take hopefully 1 tick of damage. Because that's what's getting me killed, is the spider gets... Oh, let's re-roll our stuff. The spider gets on top of me and just goes, tick for 40 damage, tick for 40 damage, tick for 40 damage, tick for 40 damage. You just died. So it's not that I'm getting hit, it's that when I get hit, I keep getting hit. So this will hopefully give me the ability to get out from underneath it. So reforge. Alright. So is there anything there like end products that are going to keep the way it is? That's speed. I think that's fine. Allows you to resist stuff. Energetic is extra XP or extra life. Arcane is extra mana. Increased speed, sold. And the rest of those, can these have stats on it? You cannot. You have bloody, which is extra damage, and you have deadly, which is extra damage. I think those are fine. Ooh! Wow, you are real expensive to reforge. Okay. Turbo. Sold. Sturdy, it's 1 defense, it's better than nothing. Extra speed, sure. I think that'll do for right now with that. I don't think we re-roll those. I also realize I'm still carrying these around. These can't be forged, can they? Oh, actually, they can. They can, weirdly enough. Alright, let's drop off those extra tools, and I'll take one last pass at the spider. Now that we've got some better kit, and see how that all goes. Yeah, and that's my assumption of what'll happen is, like in Terraria, we'll get like the slightly faster boots and the slightly faster boots, and then very quickly you go from not very quick moving around the map to just flying across the map in a big way. Yeah, so pop down here and give this one more go. I can't remember. Did I switch over to the thing that gave me mana from when being hit? No. That's fine. Alright. Like, ultimately, you probably want to set up paths through all this where you can easily find your way around. The stream's been good. Yep, we've been definitely enjoying the game. I've taken 2 attempts that have not gone well on this boss. But that's okay. I do think the plan will be, regardless of if we win or lose this fight, I will probably be switching to Roadcraft after this.
Thank you Slinkad for subscribing for 9 months.
And thank you, Slinkad, for the tier 1 sub. That's 9 months you've been subbed to channel, so I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying your stream and hope you continue to enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. But yeah, I'm very much enjoying this game. The only reason I'm not looking to continue playing it right now is just the fact that it's early access, so I cannot actually finish the game, which immediately demotivates me from trying to properly put time into it. Because the number of games I burned myself out on before the game was done is entirely too many. Come on, giant spider. Come on. Okay. Get wrecked, spider. Lucky spider sword. Jungle map. Alright, 1 second. Found a compass off the skeleton. That's a little too on the nose. I guess he just stays trapped forever? Okay. Reroll to use to reroll the navigation map. Would you back off so I can check my inventory, please? Can be used to unlock access to the jungle. Considerably higher. What's a green pickaxe? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Omni tool. So it's pickaxe, axe, and all that. So I get it. Okay. Find the crew. By the splinters of my workbench. I thought I'd be spider stew forever. Fixing the ship. Thanks for saving me. Ironically, this carpenter still needs a house before it can work on a ship. Why are you talking in that manner? Carpentry bench for 1 gold. Give. Music box. Biodramine. Used to upgrade the ship. Study books, study books, study books. Gotcha. Okay, so now I gotta run back. So there's multiple maps? That's what makes me curious. Because this says I can use this to re-roll the navigation map. What I'm guessing is going to happen is that we rebuild the ship, and it's effectively a world reset to, you know, basically explore a new island. So I don't know if the idea is we will wreck each time we reach an island, and it's effectively like New Game Plus, or if it is very genuinely, we take our equipment, we go to a new island, it has new enemies and all that kind of stuff, and that's your progression. Which I think is a good way of doing it, so you keep the map somewhat constrained in size, and then ultimately what happens is down the road, you know, you'll hit the new area, and it'll be like, okay, well, you don't really need the copper enemies anymore, you don't really need the other low-level enemies anymore. Like, just, here's the tougher stuff that you're ready for. Let me see if we can't build this ship real fast to just see what that is. I also just realized I need to be going down right to the waypoint. If it ends up being a big project, like it goes, you need 100 jungle wood and 200 like fir wood and 600, like, you know, the whole. It's a thing that happens in early access to slow prayer progression. That they'll have like some outrageous cost for some progression thing that's kind of getting close to the end of the content available. But I would assume it's a reset because we've already explored almost the entire surface map. And yeah, there's like 1 or 2 things we haven't done yet. But by and large, it's feeling mostly sorted. But again, early access, I don't know how feature complete this is. This could be like 10% of the content they're planning. I haven't looked up the information. What they've got here is pretty solid though so far. I could definitely go for some better mobility on the character, so I don't have to constantly dash every 2 seconds. I do like this left-right mouse button thing down here, for how all that works. Okay, so let's go here. We could stack all of this away. We did grab the carpenter's bench. So let's go here real fast. If I want to move you in, I need a bookshelf and then the normal stuff. So the carpenter's bench, we could just plunk down the same way we have everything else. Weapon rack, all that. Okay, well, we don't know any of that's any good for. Alright, so let's go get our building stuff. Let's build the house real fast and see if we can't just quickly peek at what this is. And you needed a bookshelf as well. Let's double check. You want just a regular old bookshelf? Yeah, regular old bookshelf. Okay, so with that, I do need wood. I'm looking at this, and almost none of this is regular wood. So let's not get caught up in that spot. I just need to get a bunch of wood real quick. That shouldn't take us very long. And we could use that wood really fast to build the house, build the bookshelf. And all that good stuff. But yeah, it'll be really curious, because being able to reset the map is an interesting one. My assumption is this is effectively, for those who, like, you've got Terraria, and then you've also got, there was a game called, oh, one second, Star something, or I'm blanking on it. It's the one by Chucklefish. I'm blanking on its name all of a sudden. But basically, Starbound, thank you. Starbound. So, it feels like they're trying to split the difference, because Starbound, the whole big promise of Starbound is that you'd have, like, effectively infinite worlds you could go to and all that. And one of the big problems with Starbound is often you just didn't care about those other worlds. Versus, like, Terraria, you spent the whole game in your world, and the world would change around you as you, like, got into hard mode and all that. And you'd have to, you know, set it all up. But, like, in Starbound, a lot of times you kind of came up with, like, that's my home planet, that's where I live. Or you just literally just use the ship as your home base of ops. And otherwise, the other worlds were just places you went to rip up a ridiculous number of resources and then leave. And they did stuff to improve it. But it was always one of those things that you just didn't get attached to the worlds. I could see this as the compromise that you have, like, your home island or whatever. And you would still, though, go to the other places to get resources and come back to your home island. So grab that. We need the bookshelf. We'll grab this. Let's... grab that, I guess, for the light source. That should be enough material. Oh, the door. We need a door. Necess has a similar system? Gotcha. I played a little bit of Necess. This is kind of one of those ones I played on the channel a little bit. And I feel like that was one of those ones that... I just, like, there hadn't been, like, a major update or anything in the game for a good while. Like, not in a... the game was derelict or anything like that. But just, at the time I played it, there wasn't really a big draw for people to check it out. And so it's kind of just one of those things that viewership was pretty not great. And as a result, that kind of, you know, kind of forced me to be like, alright, I'll, you know, maybe we'll come back to this another time type deal. Alright, so this is for the carpenter. Complete. I hate flying. Okay. Remember someone saying Necess 2.0 about this game? Enjoy your new ship. Alright. So, we'll go poke over here. I don't have any more quests for you right now. Yeah, I feel like where we're at is we're getting close to the end of what this has to offer right now in the early access. Yeah, so we've got jungle. Okay. Can be used to unlock. Oh, I see. So we unlock that. We do have the map chart. Oh, we do have a reroll of the map. So we have tundra, grasslands, jungle, and swamp. Alright. With Fracking Universe, you have to build a base on plants if you want to take advantage of the new power laboratories. Yeah, but that's mod territory. Like, I think it's good that people made mods to try and flesh it out. But, it is just kind of one of those things of always circling back, you know, mods can do a lot for a game, but at the same time, you know, you should hold the game based on its not modded version. Okay, so you have hardwood as a new material. It's feeling like this might be a much smaller map. Or I'm wrong. Gotcha. And these islands, we can't bring people to them. Yeah, so the idea is we go to this island, we get the goodies, and then we leave the island. The big question is the whole island one biome now? Or will it be... It's an overhaul to the game? Yeah. No, exactly. It's a big sweeping mod that uses the game as kind of the baseline, and then builds up from there. Which, again, is totally fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so far it says difficulty 3. My assumption is it'll be fine during the day, and when we hit night, all hell's gonna break loose. Oh! He just hit me for 105. Okay, hang on. Wait a second. I understand. I've met you before. Yes, the little tiki guys. Little tiki guys are no good. We have the traveling merchant, cat of nine tails. Yeah, pretty much all that's not that interesting. I'm mostly trying to establish, is this one biome for the entire island, or is there multiple biomes on the island? Also, is there waypoints to teleport around? Okay, we got ourselves treasure chests and all that. Ow. Alright, life start regenning already. Alright, so it's not dodge across. For those not keeping track, I was curious if we could dodge past it. That's not the answer. Alright, so then it looks like we'd be able to go back here. Oh! Did that consume my chart to go there? I missed that part. So let's science. Okay, so I can go back. So then I guess the assumption here would be once you've consumed all the materials that are available there, that's the point you would sit there, or all the materials you care about. That'd be the point to be like, hey, re-roll my map to just give yourself new stuff. So that's cool. I haven't really seen that mechanic too much. Alright, we can go ahead and drop you and you in the box. And you. Oh, you're just straight up a weapon. Okay. Let's see what you have to say about crafting, and then, like I said, we're going to be switching here in just a second. So hardwood. So you can make a tropic axe, which has a tier 4 axe, as opposed to a tier 3 axe. And it requires whatever the green ingots are, which I'm assuming we get from that area. You've got your regular hardwood stuff. Bunch of decorations. And then you've got this stuff, which I'm assuming requires whatever that green metal is. Okay. Yeah, so then the idea would be going to the new area, dealing with all that. And that's... We can probably make a thing that lets you keep throwing stuff forever. We got more plants. And then reptile scales. Gotcha. So this is, again, using whatever that green ingot is. We can make a serpent sword, a serpent spear, reptile clothing, serpent staff. Which is interesting, because that one doesn't explain its projectile at all. The other one's like, oh yeah, I summon whatever. This one's just like, yeah, I do magic damage. Interesting. Cool. But yeah, so that seems to be the progression of what we would do, is you kind of beat your first world, which there's still stuff on there, and then we would unlock the jungle, and then my assumption of what happens is once we get far enough in the jungle, we would unlock the Ghostlands, and once we've gotten far enough in the Ghostlands, we'd unlock the Coraline Fields, and once we do that, we could, unlock the next thing. And then you do have islands that have easier stuff. I'm assuming the island we're on, the main island we have is a combination of swamp, grasslands, tundra, and, like, desert. And then jungle, we have to go to a new island. So these ones are ones we have to unlock. Now, the other curiosity we have is there was still things that we didn't figure out on this map that is likely the actual boss fights. Because if we look at our map, there was somewhere... Yeah, there was a Forgotten Altar had items that I assume we will summon a boss at. The Snow Forests being marked, I have a feeling there's something that's going to be relevant there. The same with the Wastelands, there's probably a thing there. We did the Strange Altar, we killed the boss off of that, and I assume there's going to be another thing in the Wastelands over here. But as you can see, while we definitely have gaps of our map unexplored, I think we have hit all the biomes. But yeah, my assumption is as we go to those different ones, we'll be able to summon bosses here. There's probably 2 or 3 more bosses. I don't know if they're implemented yet. Like I said, this is early access. But yeah, no, I've enjoyed the game. I do think we are going to be switching over to Roadcraft, though, because Roadcraft has been an excellent time. Being that this game is early access, I just don't want to spend, 30, 40 hours to realize I can't... It's probably not that much, like 20 hours to realize I can't finish, and just be teased by getting up to, like, the next boss and be like, oh, you gotta wait, it's not in yet. But yeah, no, it's been good. I've enjoyed it. I think it's excellent. I'd have to look at the roadmap to see what all is in there. So let's save. And save and exit. But yeah, so that's been Tinkerlands. So what's going to end up happening here, chat, is for those watching over on YouTube, the stream will go down, but you'll be kicked over to where the next stream is going to happen in a couple of minutes. So I'll see you all on that side. For everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. It's going to take me a minute to flip everything over.